Hello. Hi, hi. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh my goodness. Hope you are doing good. Hi. Hi, Chip. Hi, Forgetful. Hi, Kianix. And hi, Jameson. Welcome. It's Saturday. I'm surprised that you're not feeling too lazy today. I don't know. I feel like every day after I eat, after I have my lunch, I just feel super duper lazy. But not today. Today I feel normal. I feel normal today. Wow. Gonna be conking up for sleep. Have fun, Tara. Thank you, Jameson. Have a good EP as well. So today, I wanna try to help Broker to its entirety, right? So today I'm most likely going to just focus on helping Broker so that I can get to that secret door that I want to know what is inside, right? Yeah, that's pretty much it. I even found like a really heckin' good gun yesterday, even though it's only like 10 bullets per reload. But the gun basically has like no recoil, and it's like I can just spam it. So yeah, that gun helps a lot. That gun helps so much. So I don't want to wait for too long, because I am definitely not too addicted to Project Silverfish. No, that's a lie. I am extremely addicted to Project Silverfish. So let me just go here, and then close this one. Yep. And then boom. Also today, I feel like I slept pretty okay yesterday. Probably because it was like raining for the entire night, which is really nice. You know how rain, right? It's just a little bit of rain happening. It's not like thunderstorming, right? You can hear rain noises while you sleep, and that's like the best. Hi, Brian. Oh my god. Impossible. Impossible. Oh my fucking god, ranking. Don't be the fuck out. I know, right? Gosh, look, if I can just immune to being sick, right? I would fucking walk under the rain all the time. It's so good. Something about the rain, like on top of me, just feels fucking amazing. Well, not storming, of course, right? Just rain. You know what I mean? Just rain, just rain. So yeah, it's amazing. Rain on an old tin roof while trying to sleep is so good. Exactly. It's like loud but not too loud, an okay amount of sound to drive someone to sleep, I guess. It's really nice. I've been waiting for you tonight. Your voice is very welcome right now. Oh, I'm glad my voice helps. Because I had a bit of a conundrum yesterday, thinking that I might want to use voice mod for the entire of my stream, but then I don't want to lose myself, so no, I will keep that for a redeem. So I have the sound on my car in the driveway, but I can never find a soundscape for now on YouTube. Oh, all the rain sound there sounds like frying bacon. Yeah, right. Or like it sounds like fire burning as well. Some of them, or like just like tiny pitter pattering, but it's not that satisfying. Some is okay, right? But nothing beats like real rain on top of like roof. Like yeah, that's top tier shit right there. Anyway, I'm on day 45 now. I believe I reached observatory yesterday. Tried out my rocket launcher and hit nothing after 6 shots of rocket launcher, and I hate myself yesterday. But that's besides the point. So today, it's all about helping broker with these two, right? So I might go to M35 and really search for the thing in M35, and then I'll think about what to do about this. So for now, let's focus on Scorched Earth and see what I need to find. So, Akko. Hi, Akko. We have double the bourbon. Alright, let me drink real quick. Thank you, Akko. Fish. Tilda. Oh, someone's shouting outside. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Anyway, okay. I'm back. Morning, Akko. Turns out it was my sister. She didn't bring keys and drive the car outside, and she got locked outside. I was wondering why the door was left unlocked when I first came back. I could never understand her. Anyway, we're gonna go to M35. I don't need this one. Yeah, I don't need this one. I don't need this as well. Yeah, I'm not using shotgun anymore, surprisingly. There's just not as much variety of shotguns out there. Oh yeah, for the fun of it, let's draw a tarot card. Whee! I'm hungry now. Was I hungry before that? Can I spam? Oh, I can! Oh my god. Oh, I can cheat like that? Alright, we good. So we have 2 MREs, which may not be a lot. I should bring one more. I don't want to bring too much MRE because of how heavy it is. Look, it's already 2.6 kilogram. Actually, my kilogram is fine. I have 2 Luft balloons and I have like minus 10. Minus 10 is like huge. Alright. To M35 we go. Oh, rebreather. Breaky of the day. I don't think I have much bargaining things that I have. I mean, they're all in my stash and I'm lazy to get it out. Let's go to M35. It is 7 in the morning. Okay. 2 total? Oh. That could be one. Oh, hi. Hey, this one that I'm using, I think.
Hell, what now?
Right, I think we might have a few artifacts here. Hi, malicious magpie, and hi, Tekken Mama. Oh, are we simping for Silverfish again today again? Probably. I'm gonna focus mostly on broker today and finish these 2 active contracts. So I'm gonna do this first, since I went to M35 and I cannot find anything there. Oh. Oh, you guys found something?
Don't even try. Enemy incoming. Target.
Oi.
Neutralize. Freeze.
Hell yeah, this gun is too good.
Mind your own business. You better watch it.
What is this gun? Model. Nice, thanks for saving me. Okay. Oh, that's money. Alright, how do I get to M35 again?
Top tier dodges.
Just shimmy left and right. It works. Love the shimmy. This gun is way too good, honestly. This gun might as well just be like no recoil at all. And it's actually strong as heck. Right, they were aware they were fighting against me and they can take no more than 4 bullets, I think. Wait, I should check. So M35, I'm facing north here. Here. So Yubian East. So I hope you are having a nice Saturday on Friday night. Radiation.
If I ever have children, we're gonna come out of the room straight running.
Jesus. Yeah, using melee is the best for these guys. If I have any children, they're gonna come out of the womb strafe running. You give the attack a go. This one? This one is way too good. It's definitely one of my main guns to use now. Hey, Solar. Oh, flare. My new main. This is definitely my new main gun as well. It's way too good. Dang. I didn't recommend giving it a go for a reason. Oh, you did. I really forgot because it's way too many different guns. And because I have zero knowledge on guns as well, I have like no clue. Bang. It doesn't have a great DPS for big stuff is the one downside. Well, if you spam quick enough, I think you have enough DPS, no? You just need to have the thingy. I think this is M35. I think. Wait. Let's go wood. No. Wait, I headed east though. Kobo good and fingering, I suppose. Maybe? I generally use the Tech PKT as my main gun and bring a heavy gun for really scary stuff. Aiming at 50 is my backup weapon is a good fix for DPS. Small mag is for the pro. Oh yeah. Only 50 at 10. Friend? Oh my god. I'm their friend? Oh, it's this one. Yeah, that is true. Only 10 board per reload is like, How is this not M35? That's east, right? That's... Okay, north, European. Yeah, that's east. I mean, not that. Yeah. I mean, I went to M35 once. I mean, if you're in a situation with 10, 556, spend a lot of downtime reloading. True. Well, I have this. I don't know if it's gonna help. 24? Let me go there again. I went to M35 before. I should know. Oh, I got stunned. Well, I couldn't aim, so I have to hit them. Considering 10, 5, 6 is not enough. Well, it's not that it's not enough. I missed every single shot because I was shooting at the top left. I got stunned, I think, and I was like shooting the other way. Oh, wait, maybe it's there. Oh yeah, it's there. Okay, okay, I know how to go to M35 now. Gosh, I haven't been there for such a long time. I remember there was like maybe artifacts. No, those are not okay. I'm pretty sure it's not gonna resist to take 10, 5, 5, 6. Yeah, definitely. Even if they're all on the head, yeah. Oh, it's the yeet ball. Yeah, it's here, it's here.
Yep.
Yep. Many HP. I had a really good spicy sour rice vermicelli this morning. Oh yeah, there's this thing. Wonder what this thing is. I mean, it's an anomaly, right? And somehow this thing is an anomaly. Huge one at that. Maybe after Broker will tell me? Do you know what that is? I'll try to figure out. I'll try to. If I really cannot, then I'll ask for it then. You do have the tools to figure it out. The blowtorch? Lockpick? Gun? Night vision? Night vision? Not night vision. Scanner. Well, it's an anomaly. Flashlight. Lockpick. There's no even lockpick this. Fire. Fire. No fire? I mean, flashlight I'm pretty sure it does nothing. What do you need to use this? Do I not have one I need to use that? Well, maybe it's like a stash. Use frog on the machine? Oh, maybe frog has something to do with the machine. What if I put it down? Oh, you still jump! Oh my god. Is frog shinier for sure? Probably. I mean, frog did not jump into it. Maybe that frog didn't want. But you know I do? Okay. I'll look at my stash afterwards then. But yeah, let's focus on helping Broker today. I want to finish what Broker has, the 2 missions. I don't even know if I can finish 2... Oh! I don't even know if I can finish 2 missions today because the missions are like... I have no clue. So it's probably gonna take a lot of time for me to figure out what to do and stuff like that. But I started almost on time today. Almost. Oh my god, shiny. Hmm? Yeah. What the heck is that explosion? Oh, I thought it was something in the game. Oh my god. Is it pulse gun? What the heck? Oh, low gravity, okay. That explains the box flying. Try the baby pistol? Counter's friend? Okay. Oh, that one shot. I know you love cultists, but I don't. They kill me. I want to kill them back. It's the revenge arc. The Kobo will have her revenge. Nah. 55? Ew. Huge factory, huh? That's a radio station, so it's definitely not there. I got the artifact here, the white impala. I didn't look at them. I didn't do anything. I'm using this. They want to kill me. Behind you. Behind you. Well, I guess I don't shoot them. That just means they're going on into alert. Okay. Well, I'm not gonna hurt them, I guess. But they never know. something 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 backstab. Something 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 sneaky. Okay. Okay. I gave them a chance. I didn't shoot them. Don't trust them anymore. Trident? Well, never seen that gun before. Why accuse scavs on sight? The moment anything happens near them, they start shooting you. Oh. Well, then just kill them. They don't provide me with anything. I Lorky, good luck game. Thank you, Sorrow. Have a good luck. And I hope you're doing good. This leads somewhere? Yeah, that leads somewhere. You know, I was about to complain like these things are like 90% locked, but then again, their name is locker, so. I'm still trying to do Scorcher. A small spoiler is that it may be used to not be hated by cultists. Too late now. Oh. I'm killing them. Arachnid. Oh, it's loaded with ether. Oh yeah. Of course, it's an ether weapon. But it's 5 kilograms. Killing one won't make them hate you. Then they can kill more. Okay. I mean, I can do a save. Let's save here so that I don't lose all the progress that I have. Hi, friend. There's something else I want to ask you? No? Anything in particular? Oh, you want frog? For 25. Yeah, I'm trying to do Scorcher, yeah. Playing lots of it make them hate you, and this may be a bad thing eventually, but yeah, you're trying to do... Oh, you sell AP, wow. Break action .50 NT mat. Single round break action 50 caliber rifle. Suppress bolt action is 3k. Oh my god. Tunnel rat. Standard infantry helmet. Tech light large. Bears the color patterns of the military while obscuring the wearer's face. Is that disguise? Shark head? Shark head? What's cultist reputation? Well, now I have to buy it. I want this hat. I mean, the hat kind of looks cool. It's 6k though. Why is it 6k? I sell back for 45. I bought it for 100. %, 50% kinetic, 24% kinetic, heads-up display. You have light. I mean, I'm kind of lacking light here. I don't know. I mean, I have night vision. Yeah, but what the fuck, you're Wraith Core? Well, I don't think I want to buy anything from you. No thanks. And then fuck off. Oh my god. Wait, does Starcraft give me weird luck? It does. Goofy shark head. Everything happens so much, all probability curves are made flatter. What's that even mean? There's an important clue in the mission. It is in a facility off M35. So it's not in M35? Not this guy. You need to really high frames around for the weird shop to stop charging insane markup. And it's to be like 2 times. I mean, money is not a big deal, I guess, because since the depth is not going to do anything here. Three explosive plasma slugs and airburst near target. No. Consumable artifacts sell the highest end weapons that have specific restrictions. Answer your question about this kind of stuff if you want. No, I'm good, I'm good. Fish nap?
Chicken nuggy.
Bring me one of those sculpture guns. Sculpture weapon. Strange humanoids being spotted wielding ether-based weapon that shoots twirling bolts of flame. So, strange humanoid. It's safe to assume it's something to do with cultists, since you mentioned, you know, I cannot be bad with cultists. Bring back all those scorching guns and I'll make it worth the effort. Most recently been spotted in some sort of heavy industrial facility of M35. Heavy industrial facility off? Is off means not in M35 or in M35? Like, the wordings, man. Heavy industrial. I mean, still, I mean, that kind of looks like heavy industrial thing to have. Yeah, that leads to... What? Does this not lead to anywhere? I'm curious. Oh, it does. The mall? The fuck is the mall? Oh, the mall. Might as well, I guess. But it's not really on M35. It doesn't hurt to explore this place for a little bit. I'm gonna need my night vision because it's nighttime. Boom. Yeah. Oh, I mean, this is kind of a heavy industrial area now. Right, they cannot see me. I can see them. Okay, okay. Is this cultist area? Did you find night vision goggle or just buy them? I found them in cistern. I was crying. I was crying yesterday. Roaming around cistern. What the heck? New Vegas. New Vegas. Oh, standing on this thing makes it go crazy. Oh. Oxygen tank. They're so heavy, I don't want them. And they don't sell. Yeah, 95. What? What the heck? I think it's best to use my suppressed gun. You can buy the RG West vendor. They have like half to quarter of the time. Oh, not guaranteed sell. What's that? This is too heavy. Don't think I need it for now. Pretty common. Night vision goggle in case they got lost. Oh yeah, okay. I have an X. I have an extra in my stash. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? You reloaded on top of me? Reload again. Come on. I'm gonna assume they can hear me opening things. I think it's safe to assume no. What? So many explosions. I fuck. Yeah, I know I'm panicking. I know I'm panicking. I should use stim pills instead. I know. Okay, no panic when I fell down and almost died from it, and then this I don't know what this place is. Why is there no one here? Don't these people needs to last? Like, not die? God, there's so many gunshots. But I don't see anyone. And I don't even know where the fuck am I? What? What the, is that the scorcher? I mean, it's fire. There has to be a scorcher. I have to ambush them. It's nighttime. Might be the perfect time to ambush them. There has to be a... Right, it's very dark. They cannot see me. Insurrection? You see one more that's hiding. Oh hey, it's Scorcher. Yeah, they're down there. So Insurrectionist has Scorcher? That's so weird. They stole cultist things? Probably an asshole, I guess. That was them, right? Shit. Generates combustive bolts from pure ether. 2-round burst. I'm gonna kill that guy. Did the insurrectionists die? Lemon. Is that gal spec? Yeah, it is. Good shit. I think the insurrectionist might have died. Oh, I need this. I mean, I don't hear the scorcher rounds anymore. I hate that. Oh my god, I fucking hate the fire. How deep can I go? Very, very deep, I guess. Hmm? What the fuck? They are not dead. Wait, there's more. Oh my god, they're so strong. Are they still insurrection? They are not insurrection anymore. Who are they? They don't talk. They growl or some shit. It's so weird. See? Oh man. Oh wait, there's monster in between. Oh, I have multiple scorches now. Question is, how do I even get back? Trying to retrace my steps. First I've seen these units. Oh. Yeah, I'm a little bit heavy now. Yeah, each of them is like 3 kilograms. In... You're not insurrection? What the... What happened to the insurrection? Are they so power hungry? They're so power hungry that they make themselves a robot? Well, that's fucked up, but not my problem. They were also tough as balls, so... The instruction, they are not inheritors? Inheritor? I can explain a little instruction law if you want. Sure. That got me a little curious. So limzards are inheritors, okay. I think I'm back up. Basically a fascist rebellion within NFTA.
Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. VIP VIP VIP. Boop boop boop. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep.
Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. Yeah, sorry about the anomaly detector.
Emotional damage.
Hi, Evie. What? Car? Wait, didn't I come from here? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Oh, this... Oh, I don't need to parkour. Okay. Look at the map and then grab your compass. Wait. I'm looting. I'll just explore this place then. Okay, now you know small gas mask has some use. It's for the trading friend, the sewer friend. Have I looted this place? Yes, I did. Okay, so I now I'm going the right way. Okay. They want the small gas mask. I want to explore this place to its entirety. After I finish the broker mission, I'll come back here again. Didn't find on my first run, so this one will be the first time I meet them. Oh. Yeah, now these are insurrection. Why is there robot insurrection is the question. Ah, thanks for ammo. Because the insurrection right at the top is post-human. Scorcher kinda good now for PC. I mean, turn my lizard into a run and gun using the Scorcher. Oh, the ancient Scorcher go brrr. Oh, there's dogs. Whoa, that's not handyman. Wait, it is handyman. Oh, fight, fight, fight. Oh my god, they're fighting. Go, go, handyman. Go, handyman. Handyman, stop fighting back. Fight back, fight back. What are you doing? You're getting swarmed. Fight back. Oh my god, fight back. Yeah, yes, yeah, smack them. Good shit. Oh. What the heck? Are you not handyman? You did not teleport me. Oh, I guess you are different. Everything got smacked to death. I thought they are not fighting back. He didn't even try to help me. True, I was just sitting there. I was just sitting there watching the good show. Handyman is not dear deluxe. Handyman is not dear deluxe. Oh, not dear is the thing? Why do I feel like handyman is way easier to kill than not dear? That version was a not dear, okay. This one leads to golden wood, I'm pretty sure. The fire always spawns at the worst place. I'm starting to hate the anomaly again. I feel like, yeah, not deer is like very tough. Right, let's go back to broker and then we're gonna go to... Oh, we'll read that after. God, night vision helps so fucking much, honestly. Hi, Cole. Thanks for the leg. Hope Kobo, hope Kobold friend is doing good. And the head pick? Oh my god. You know when the Kobold do a head pet to another Kobold, that reminds me of like the old like a dog petting dog meme back then. Is it a meme? It's just a picture. Dog petting dog. Hope Cole is doing good. Oh yeah, I should drink. Yeah. Thank you, Cole. Moisturize the cute. The Kobo? Oh my god. I have been moist.
Maybe next time. Another turn. I don't think that's a good idea.
It's a revolution going on around. This is? Ah.
Wait.
I'll see you around.
You took it!
Come on!
Why is that light? What the fuck is going on?
I don't think so.
Who the heck are you guys even seeing?
You asked for it!
What the heck? What the heck?
Nice try!
No! Oh, it's morning. Okay. I was like, it's way too bright. There, okay. Oh, she took everything. Oh my god, greedy. It's fine. Let's just go to broker. Check the SMG that actually pretty valuable. White green SMG which I just picked up. Oh. No shotgun's only 520. I'm already slow. I'm not gonna take too much. I'm not gonna take too many things. I have all the scorchers. I feel like I should refrain from taking too much. Because my base speed is like 120. Yeah, now it's like almost half my speed. So,
Just be stronger. Hi, Zeus. So I have. Yeah, it's good, but again, pretty heavy. Getting too many directions. Oh? Is this scrap part? Ah, it is. Okay, I think I need that for the coil gun. Yeah. Oh, I need copper wire. Oh. I threw them away. Open map, keep it open for a second. Oh. Dragon's in weird mood tonight, gonna take off. I have a goose stream, kitty and chat. Okay. Have a good rest, Dragon Mama. Thanks for stopping by. Look over at the south bed. Your door is in the way. South bed? Oh.
Sick 'em! I got your back.
Oh, okay, friend. Nope.
I'm hit!
Sorry. Well, I can help.
I'm out. Could have gone better.
Yeah, could have gone better. I'm surprised I didn't die. Okay.
Oh yeah, there's another dungeon here. I might want to check that out today after I'm done with the broker stuff. Hmm? Whoa. Whoa. Why is that thing making weird noise? Duty 308? I've been there twice, but I never explored there. Maybe I should today. Okay, friend. There's definitely not a quest associated with it or anything. Well, I'm gonna explore it. Like, I'm gonna explore it anyway. Too many directions. Or maybe a tad bit too much hidden. Oh yeah, they might be freelancers. What the heck? Oh, okay. I know. I know this later. Jumping is faster. I want I want this. Mm, I have one explosion. So, is it this one? Weird. I'm not feeling it today. PK46, yeah, it's not. Two hundred for that. Oh. Oh, microfrag. Oh, you like that though? I still want it. So I'm still full of Scorcher. I feel like I want to sell all of them, but one. Yeah, just leave one, and then I'll store it to my stash. Yeah, I'm thinking of going to Mosby to sell off my small ether canister. From here, I think I can keep going south. Yeah, from here to depot and then to flood. I can do that. I mean, I have my speed back, so it shouldn't take too long. Just kinda want to sell these. I mean, one for 600 is huge. Let's stop by there Then I'm gonna figure out what to do with the next broker mission. It's still there? Those are yeet balls, I'm pretty sure. What's the next broker mission? Pump room. I'll figure it out once I reach the Dr. Mosby's area. Why the fuck there's so many anomalies? Oh. Hi, Breen. I eat the snack. Do not? What happened? Do not the snack? Okay, depot, then go south. Yeah, south to flooded plains. That's an FTA's, right? Yeah. One's inside. Oh my god. That's actually so shit. Thanks for a lot of bullet. Never really polish on the hedge on the NPC. The heavy armor feels huge. Near a good LTA normally comes in 4. Yeah. Okay, south that way. Wait. I'm not schizo, what the fuck? I thought that sound only comes in when I'm like low mental fatigue. Sound a squad entering a living zone? I don't think so. I mean, the sound usually happens. I don't think I can hear people going in and out of the zone when I'm in the middle of the map. I haven't been to my little secret room here for a while. Also, now I know mushroom important. What? The sewer friend likes the red one. Oh yeah, I found this one at like in the middle of radiation area. In the middle. Say increase your health regenerate. Killing intelligent beings gives you increased mental fatigue. Yeah. I don't think I want that. I mean, I've seen what it can do. It blows my eardrum. Oh. They're not saying anything about Susie Q, so they're not a robot. P.U. Susie Q, what's cooking with you? Still my favorite line. What? I thought I heard something. Nice. Alright, let's sell the canisters. Maybe I can even trade something here. Actually, I don't need that. Not the trader here sells it. Tech rig, wearable computer and tool pouch. Wrist screen provides a heads-up display. Glowing aura? You emit a pale glowing aura. You can see more easily in the dark, but you're also more easily seen. I feel like the second part is like the worst. Like, can I see far? I don't think so. But far can see me? Yeah, they can see me from far away if I'm glowing. You're better at picking locks, heads up display. Oh, you hate this? I mean, then I'll take it then. I mean, that's good trade value. How do I look in it? Am I glowing? Let's go check. I mean, over here is like dark as hell, so... I guess I'm kinda glowing. And there's like 10,000 gunshots going on. Hello? I wanna loot them! Ooh. See, that guy is very like... Walao eh. No. Yeah, I feel like they're all dead. Their guns are unguarded. I mean, might as well take them. I'm gonna sell them anyway. Oh my god, their guns are so valuable. Mine now. Those sounds like... They can open doors? Those sounds like scav, footsteps. Wait, was it not? That door stays open once you open it? Haha. Yeah, it stays open. Night vision is so fucking good. It's crazy. Oh, I remember this one. Evie is so mean. The big guy is on the scaff had opened. Why is it? What's cooking? Why is Susie Q cooking? Snub nose. Right, yeah, it's only 35. I can take it. This one's 5 or 0.5. Oh wow, the drone utility is like so bad. Does flashbang actually work? I never used these things before. Time to use it. I mean, I guess one way to see if it works, I can use it on myself. Did it explode in front of me? If I could flashbang ever in this game, I don't think so. The terrible to sell, but you know, if you want them to use, who cares about selling? Yeah. I think that was a shot and a half. Can I make them drop their gas mask? I want your gas mask. Give it to me. A gas mask for the sewer friend, but they don't drop it. Oh god, yeah, that's fucked up. Yeah, that's really fucked up. Look at that butcher, they're definitely not child and zombie. I mean, they are small. I don't think they're child. Ooh. I thought shooting at the head would drop the gas mask. Double check. Any loot missing? Oh, I forgot the code here. Read the flavor text on the small gas mask to see them. I think I have one. Try not to think too hard about the implication. Grimoire. So every gas mask, every small gas mask they have is one level of Grimoire. I mean, imp doesn't necessarily mean they're a child, right? Imp is a small creature. Yeah. I got it from this one, question mark? No, it's not. I got one free kill here just now, that's funny. Not sure if Kobo is doing a bit or unfamiliar. Oh, I legit, I sincerely thought imp means like some sort of a creature that is like small in appearance but not children in age. So imp means they are children? Implication is not something implies. Oh, it's not a pun, that IMP? I thought it's some sort of a wordplay there. Feels like it's kind of hard to hold a small gas mask. Looking kind of good. So the sewer friend still needs the sewer friend wants golden mushroom? Yeah, golden cap mushroom or some sort. Haven't stumbled upon even one of them yet. I'm selling that armor. It's like I stole the armor and then just like sell it for my own gain. So mean. See, they were upset about that. Implication is what something implies, so a small gas mass implies some probably was a child. Oh, I mean, I know what imply means, right? I just thought they're using like some sort of a wordplay of like IMP. And to my knowledge, I think imp is something like a small creature. I mentioned that, right? Oh, it's nighttime already. Fuck. Alright, now we need to go. Okay, wait. Gonna hide here. Okay. Pump room. Bring broker take containing ether infrastructure data. Looking for P-to-date information about the ether ground pump infrastructure around Port Rail. Old standard ether co office in Haldi might be a good lead to where to find a control station. So where the fuck is Haldi? Is it like small? I mean, there's like words like this. Yeah, there's like small word like Port Rail. Are you like way up here? No more red, no more red words. Hmm? Is Haldi not here? Wait. Oh, I found it. So it's in Black Lake. I think I know what this is. This is the safe floating island, right? And I remember crossing this big river. So Haldi is where there's like a wheat field. I 70% sure. I think that's where it is. So to go to Black Lake for floodplains, I just need to keep going north. Okay. Alright, no big deal. Keep going. To Black Lake and then to Haldi. They say something about like something is in the clue is in Haldi, so I want to go there and check. What's up? What's up? Hold your face. My face has been held. Oh. Gentle licks from Dragon? Heck yeah. Vigorous licking? No, gentle licking. I like gentle lick. I think it's here. Yeah, that's north, I'm pretty sure. Big Malemmer. Malemmer. Oh, haven't seen that thing in a while. The butt plug, I mean spark plug. Did not plug into Kobo? Yeah. Might be a little bit dangerous. I think this one is just total Ned. Yeah, no big deal. I can keep going. But that does mean all the lizards are gonna hide in buildings? Yeah, they're gonna hide in buildings. Also, that effect looks cool as fuck. Yeah, now I found about the carbon lockers. If you try to use carbon on already open locker, nothing happens. Oh yeah, I did that a few times, like, oh yeah, it's open. I just spam them because I don't want to like guess. So I spam, if it don't open, it's just F. They're probably all indoors. There's always people here. Hello? What's that? Oh, okay. Oh.
Just up ahead.
What? Yeah, I heard the voice too. Yeah, they couldn't be out here. I have the power of dark vision. Who are they? You dead meat. Oh, are you scared now, bitch? That's right. Oh, you even a little assassin? Wow. Oh, you are packing the good gun? Jeez, holy shit! I'm so good. I'm so good. They didn't even see me. They have the good stuff. That was so dangerous. I'm also surprised they didn't like try to open up their lights and find where I am. The other one just like petrified. Oh my god. These are with night vision. I can just assassinate someone without using guns. See what I mean? Oh my god, that's fucked up. Died without sound. Do not pass go. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go to Black Lake. I just kinda want to like scour this place a little bit to see if there's like any isolated kills that I can get. Free loot. Apparently it's great at anti-inheritors kill. It has a heap of AP on the charge attack. Can I check that? Makes it excellent for stabbing, even through some lighter armor. I guess that's what it means, yeah. What's about how fast those lags can murder me? Yeah. I know how powerful they can get. I used them a few times before. Alright, to Black Lake we go. So we're gonna go to Haldi. Haldi, I need to go down the road and go through that weird huge area of the low gravity anomaly. What? How are they not hiding? Oh yeah, they are now. Alright, can I check indoors if there's anyone that I can kill? What the heck? Oh. They actually don't see me. Oh yeah, I would not be able to see myself as well. Holy shit. You know what? Fair enough, fair enough. I don't want to get too close, but I want to get them lined out. Okay, let's turn around. Get in from here. Line them up from behind. See if I can get a one-shot tree kill here.
Good morning! You!
Fuck. Yeah, that was really bad actually. Man, all that preparation for nothing. Hiya. Why is there only 2 guns? Is one of them just like nothing? What the heck? I think 556 tops out at 2 kills. I mean, I headshotted one, and then I missed my all shot. I missed all my shot after. Because they moved just a tiny bit, and I whiffed every shot. Alright. That was fun. Man, loot is hard to come by. Oh, nice. I have too much medkit, just use it. Hell yeah, I'm at the point where I can just waste things now. Well, not waste things, but it's more like I have the ability to use something that's like more. One bullet can do double kill, but no more? Yeah. I mean, it's a suppressor, right? It has a suppressor, which I assume it means that the bullets are going to be like... it's weaker in general since it's being suppressed. Regun out of nowhere. Oh. that would be... I'm surprised they're not scared by me doing that. I think once you hit 3006 it can triple. I did that once in slums. I was like lining them out. I fired 2 shots and I thought I only killed 1. And I go check on them, 3 of them are all dead. Wee. What the heck? Oh. Oh, drink? I will. Suppresses IRL actually increase bullet energy and therefore velocity? Really? And lowers noise? Oh. You might be able to nap there, Uncle. I mean, it is the pun. Video games to the opposites for balance? Oh. Yeah, I mean, hearing no gunshots and then suddenly dies, not knowing where they are. Maybe this way noise is energy, if less noise wastes the energy. Oh. Bucket? So this must be healthy. Time to explore. Mega loot? Silver doesn't care about balance experience, so he might actually have more realistic suppressors. That's nice. Well, I'm glad I'm using all suppressors weapons then. Because I left them not making too much noise. Why am I schizo? What happened? Oh, I didn't sleep for a long time, I think. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Imagine if this is a landmine. That would be kind of funny. So the house in Haldi. I'll take it. I need 3 copper wires for the coil gun. Coil gun. Oh wait, that's how this is just the farm. Oh. Ew. You've been doing many murder? True. You guys did tell me that even if killing like the faction that I hate still decreases my mental fatigue, so it's fair, it's fair. It is killing an intelligent being. It's almost morning. Can I go to the attic? Guess not. I love how robots can even get headshotted. Oh my god, the bug. Oh, money. Am I looking for a particular house? I mean, most likely. I'm gonna read the quest again. Old Standard Theater Co-office in Howdy. Okay, okay. Office Standard Theater Co. Office around here. Okay. Okay, I got it. A whole bunch of more complex reasons why even modern firearms don't tend to be suppressed by default, but basically a suppressor is harder to make and use and harder to make and use than simply making the barrel longer for less ballistic effect. And a longer barrel slash suppressor makes guns more complex, more unwieldy. Oh, does it not reduce recoil? Because I assume unwieldy means that it's going to be like you shoot once and then you're gonna look at the sky. This looks like an office. Oi! Unless this is not an office. Wait, does it say standard theater? don't think it says that. It's morning, so I can change back to my defense helmet. Boom. Okay. So loud. Honestly, I respect people who can sing like that. It's so amazing. I can sing like that. Look, scrim. That's not scrim. That's proper sound. That's proper, I don't think that's necessarily opera. It might actually be opera. You know what? I don't know. I just like listening to those kind of singing. But maybe Zeus can do it. And Zeus do be screaming. Operatic singing to you? Yeah. Bookstore? Let's see the hermit Ibra sing. Ibra. There's a small difference between singing for opera and singing for choir. And the bigger difference between those are most pop singing. Isn't choir is like required at least to have like 6 people? Or like 3 people for a choir? So that they can have like the high, medium, and low voices of the music. Give me a second. Okay, I'm back. Nice. Standard Theater Office. Oh. Sit here. That's a little gun noises. I mean, it says standard ether code here, but it's only this thing. It's not necessarily this entire thing. Depends. Most people probably call quartet closer to operatic style than choral, but it's still different. Yeah, it's like very what's the word? Nuance? I don't think it's nuance. I don't know what's the word to describe that. Like, it's a very specific thing. And since I'm not very knowledgeable when it comes to stuff like that, so I will not pretend to know too much about it. It's really obvious? Oh. Yeah, that's really obvious. I'm just not looking at the right way. Oh. Uh-oh. It's UT-308. Southern Freight Depot. Ground pump control node. Ground pump. That has to be it then. I have to go to UT-308 for that? Fine. Did I function? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Alright, UT-308 we go. God damn it. Should have gone there multiple times already, but I didn't. Whee. Let's get back to depot. Oh my god, I couldn't kill them. I'm the worst shooter, oh my god. Alright, I aggroed them. They should know where I am now. Have a present. Have another one. Wasn't it bullet travel? Nice. Getting so many bullets. 350? my speed, not 100%. Oh. Opera takes that style designed for singing solo or occasionally duo on a theoretic stage. Yeah. Did you know that my favorite is Magic Flute? Oh. Magic Flute is fucking amazing, honestly. Friend. Although I don't really listen to a lot of like opera singing, but whenever I do hear them, I appreciate them. It's hard to sing like that. It takes years of hard work to be able to achieve that kind of sound, right? Are they friends? Friend.
Come on! Cover me! Get him! Hello there.
Hi. Where am I going again? Depot, right? Depot. Yeah. I need to unload myself. Let's go to broker real quick, and then let's go to UT 308 and probably cry again. Hello.
Hey. Another time. What now?
It's still here? What the fuckity fuck? That thing never leaves broker. What the hell? That black sphere likes brokers so much, or just like the black market. Hello. Oh, you like everything other than this thing? Nice. It feels like there's some really good value there. This thing. Telemetry module? Oh, that much. Hmm. Oh yeah, wait, I'm here to unload. Point two. I mean, point two is fine. I think. I mean, I have to sell this since I'll be going to UT 308. I'm not going to Cistern, but this one is 1.5. 1.5 kilogram. Oh, these are 4 kilo. Oh my god. This is 3. That's 3 as well. I cannot use this much. I'm gonna sell some of that. This one I can really spam. This one I mean even just 10 shots, 10 shots. I'm not gonna use that much. This one, I'm using this one. I can sell a little bit. Nah. Okay, 38 kilogram. Something is still very heavy. And 3 times Grim Aura. You're more susceptible to psychic damage. So is that why? Do I get more psychic damage when I kill an intelligent being? That's why I'm schizo right now? That's kinda scary. Okay, look, from depot to crossroads to observatory, it's not too far, right? I'm gonna take this back. I'm gonna put it back to observatory. Last fish before nap. Night night, Akko. Hope Akko has good nap. A very good nap. Alright, let's rush back to observatory. Store my store my gas mask there because it's really close to cistern. Yeah. Let's get back to observatory real quick. It shouldn't be too far. Like, I'm just gonna fucking run. This might be the most ballsy thing I ever done, so. I don't care if I get shot, just run. Run and jump, they cannot hit what they cannot hit if I'm running like a wind. Look at that. I'm the best. I don't care. I'm just gonna keep running. No one can see me. I'm actually Sonic. I'm gonna go fast. I'm gonna go fast. They also can't hit you if they're not there, apparently. Yeah. I'm lucky they're not there. See, I'm in Crossroads already. This might be the fastest traveling time I have. Nope. I'm strafing, I'm strafing. Nope, nope, nope.
Good evening.
Hi. Even though it's the morning, but hey. Oh, you don't like this. I want that. I can give you this. What a what a bargain. What a bargain. Oh. Oh yeah. Let's cook some leftover. Those are good nades. Oh. Thermobaric massive high pressure fireball devastating against living targets and pressure vessels. I mean, that sounds good. I want that. You want this? Sure you do. Here you go. Do you have nades still? Oh wait. I want this. Thanks. It's raining heavily again. Medicinal paste. I have a few. One, two, three, 8. I think I just need the gun actually. Oh yeah, I sold all of this. So I already have these. I only need a cell and one PK46R. Stick in the coil gun. Weight looking good. I'm storing my mushrooms here as well, because the sewer friend in cistern needs that, and the small gas mask. I think, yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, I have 5 red flare. Only 20 more? Sure. 20 is 20. I'm saying that whiskey. I mean, I never drink one. What happens if I drink one? 10 regen. Drinking this can induce intoxication, leading to increased pain tolerance and relief of mental fatigue. but also impaired motor skills. Wait, I'm not looking behind me anymore. What happened? Alright, I guess that's fine. I mean, I don't feel any different. Oh, I feel very different actually. Oh my god. Oh, my aim is shit. Ah, I see. Wow, you were swinging. Where are you aiming at? How many did you drink? Three. Yeah, I drink three. Wiki. Right, let's go to UT 308. I'm sure this is fine. Oh my god, you got numbers? That's the first numbers we got. This might be hard. I'm drunk. Friend. That's 6 friends now. You know, I'm glad the game doesn't have like shitty visual that makes me vomit every time I drink something alcoholic in game. I mean, I guess it's real, but you know, I don't want to I don't want to vomit when I play the game, you know?
Perhaps another time.
Okay. So they only give like bad aim like this, but they don't have like shitty visual that makes me vomit, so I can really appreciate that. Also, hi Fluffy. Numbers, cute numbers is very adorable. And hot. Being a snake and or an Absukin. Alright, time to go to another dungeon. I might have to open up the lights. It's getting really dark here, even though it's only like... what time? It's only 3 p.m. and then it's like so dark because it has been raining whole day today. Starting from last night actually. Raining non-stop until now and still raining. Oh, the yeet ball. Wait, that's not the yeet ball. Low gravity? Ooh. Send it rain down here. I don't know. I feel like it's only September, early September. How is it monsoon already? I don't think it's monsoon, but it has been raining like really crazy for the past few days. Who the fuck did that? Just for me.
When I play the game, I get lost in the phase. Then I find out I'm stuck in Gino's maze. Super Mario.
I must play this more and more. The music is such a banger, honestly. Congrats on Gino, and also heckin' numbers. Alright, going in. I have night vision. This shouldn't be too scary. I hope. Ooh. Alright, I have a beetle. Don't mess with me. Ooh, cracker. The heck is this place? Ooh, I don't like this long corridor. I'm still drunk, by the way. Drunk while in the dungeon. They're giving me a lot of flares as well. Like a lot of flares. Hey, and I don't care if I'm drunk when they're so close to me. I need to like use it sparingly now. Let's use the other guns. Oh. What the hecky heck is this place? Ooh, I hate it. Why is this even more scarier? Why is it all like... My guy's just swaying around. Oh shit. Bright. I think I'm using hollow point. Yeah, I have no hollow point. What do you mean you have gun? What the heck? Where's your gun? What did you use? Oh no, it's a maze. That's not very amazing. Yeah, having spray paint here would be good. Anything I can drop to make it feel like I've been here before. It's common for this, you know, deserved. Ooh. I mean, okay, this copper wire I'm putting it here means that it's the way back, right? If I see that, that's the way back. What the heck? Oh. Oh, I hate that. I hate that. I hate that. I hate that. Oh, I hate that so fucking much. What do you mean I have to climb down? I should have used that for... guess to make it more obvious. Danger, keep out. Well, I'm balls deep in this place. Fucking mummy monster? Oh yeah, I'm not too drunk anymore. Yeah, open it, dumbass. You won't, you won't. What the fuck? Well, that, at least that didn't hurt that much. I feel like I just have some really strong armor now. That's why I'm not struggling too hard. Blessings, blessings. Oh, they just don't have any good guns. Okay, that's a blessing. I can use more of these now. They had so many guns. That's kind of scary. What's your kinetic resist with the cultist stuff? I have 20% kinetic. Oh yeah, the gargoyle has no kinetic. I'm weak as balls. Ooh, shiny. Oh. I got the thing, right? UT 308 data. Bring broker infrastructure data. That must be it? I think. I mean, this looks like a control station of some sort. I want to continue exploring this place. Again. Guess who is addicted to Kobo now? Me? A dragon addicted to Kobo? Oh my god. Thank you, Petra Snail, for 30 stream streak. Oh my god. Thank you. Okay, I need to know, like, this place to go back. Also, welcome. I hope you're doing good. Oh. Okay, there we go. Is that a door? Whoa. Oh, did I throw something acid? Oh, oops. Oh, I don't trust that. What the heck? What the heck? I'm lost. It's just wood. Huh? What? How did I even get back? Wait a minute. I went here. Oh wow. I went here. Oh, thanks for the pick. Thank you, Draken. So there are a lot of places that I haven't gone to yet. I'm keeping the door open. Like here. That Celeste pet is so amazing. Insulated jacket. 1.1 for 300, 1.5 for 160. Yeah, I'm throwing away the copper wire, they're way too heavy. 1.1 for 300 is okay-ish. 1.8 for 800 is a lot. Hopefully my mic is not too like jumbled because of the rain going on outside. It's really loud. It's useful. I have enough for the coil gun in the observatory. There's also here. I don't know why it says danger, keep out. It probably does say this. Ten rounds of coil gun ammo can be crafted using 10 bolts and 1 copper wire. Well, guess I'm just gonna craft a coil gun and never use it. Unless I can stumble upon copper wire. I don't want to keep copper wire right now. I'm already getting heavy. I'm already getting thick. Alright, let's hope I don't die here. Oh, cannot destroy this? Oh, I went the right way. I'm stupid. Wait, is that it? So this is the way back. This one left is going back. If I keep going here, it just says caution. I still can go down here. There was one place that has like a place for me to climb really down though. I forgot where that was. What the heck, Stinky? Am I getting poisoned? Is that water? Oh! This one is 90% poison resistance, but no night vision. I do have lights here. Let me go back and try to find a place where... I don't think there's enemies here. 0 scavs here is kind of scary. Oh yeah, it's here. I'll just take it back then. No. Oh yeah, it's here. Is it gonna be stinky down here as well? What? Fucking 4? Please work. I beg. I beg. Please work. This is going to haunt me if this doesn't work. Woohoo! Oh, it's stinky down here. I just gotta be fast. Whoa! Mine. Alright, go, 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 go. Stinky, stinky. Oh, medium plate armor. Hard shell? A thick, flexible shell made of rock-hard chitin. It feels almost like it's somehow still alive. Hard skin? Slightly increases your resistance to slashing and stab damage. Is anyone going to stab and slash me at all? I feel like I don't have that even once happen to me. But I'll take it because it's cool. Alright, I found an artifact here. I'm glad I checked. But I can still go down though. Ah. That was such a bait and a half. Wow, this must be the easiest dungeon ever. Not too spooky. This is like the first dungeon that people should do. Like, look at that. I didn't cry. I didn't cry. Hell yeah. This is the easiest dungeon ever. Only like a huge chunk of monster towards the end there. I think, yeah, let's get back to Broker. They have night vision and good guns. Okay, that's fair. But still, it's way shorter than the other dungeons. It's meant as a mid-game dungeon. Ah, okay. Maybe an early game, I feel like. Like, the first dungeon I've been introduced was Cistern. The first dungeon I got introduced to is crazy. Those Masara tough? Oh wait, yeah, you're right. Mid-game, mid-game. I forgot about that. Friend. Well, if they're a friend, then I should just run away then. What the heck do you mean? Have you found the M35 dungeon yet? There was a locked door in the mall, but I don't think I found any dungeon in M35. It's a rave, right? I'm pretty sure that's a rave. Well, shit. Guess I have to take it down. Oh, did it move to Metropole? I think it moved to Metropole. What are they? Looks like military.
Good afternoon.
Hi. Oh my god, I actually went to Metropole.
I don't like this.
Yeah, me too. Go check the rave, I'm so curious. Yeah, I think they did zone change. You should be able to hunt it then. In Metropole? Okay, friend. I can try.
This way.
Alright. Let's go hunt it down. It's treated as NPC. NPCs are persistent? Okay. It might be wreaking havoc here. I don't know. Something shiny is going on over there. You see that? Oh, it's the rave. Time to die. Coin ambulance. Just for me. Do I have a bomb or some shit? I don't. I'm gonna die. Where's my helmet? Alright, be quick.
But you do want the extra protection of plastic chips. Back up,
That worked up well. I'm hungry. Oh my god. What the heck's going on outside? Whoa. It all just for me. Classic Kobo behavior.
What was that?
That's friend, it's Yellow
Whoa.
Stag.
You change blades and rinse clean.
Alright, time to go back to Black Lake. That's slums. How did I get to Black Lake again? Oh, sorry. I want this.
I'm ready.
Sure, if I just found out what 5 enemies are classed as cultists, killing them does not give you minus, right? Yeah, that's why I've been killing them. I noticed when I kill them, my reputation with them is still okay. Black Lake, left, east. Oh, it's almost morning. Okay, let's head east then. Well, that's a lot of them. None of them drop money? Fine. Is that 50 count? Alright, we got another Wraith core. I'm surprised I didn't die from the Wraith, honestly. I thought I was like dead for sure. Oh, this is a sidearm. Long barrel venator. Features digiscope and laser sight. 1600. This one is the one that I've been using for a long time, I feel like. I want this. I want this. I'm still taking like frag shotgun shells because I like them. Oh. Oh, this is a good one. Fine. I mean, yeah, I have a lot of points with freelancers in Revolution. Broker, I did it, broker. I never throw a rave core. I guess I have to reload this place. Should remember something? I should have suggested you make 2 copies of the data and look at it. Oh, oops. I cannot look at it now. It's okay. Let me try to go in again. See if they open up the door. Then go back and get it. Oh yeah, I mean, that place is pretty easy. What? Let me in! What the heck? If I forward a payment, if if I forward a payment, if I'm gonna die from this, more than 1,000, right? So let me, boom. Oh, it doesn't. Oh, cool. That doesn't trigger a skin flint. Oh, there it is. Coil bolt. It's 0.5 kilogram. Literal bolt with copper wires tightly wrapped around the shaft. I thought it uses the ether. I guess I was wrong. Might as well. I mean, I did it, but broker doesn't want to open up the door for me. Unfortunate. Right. We have... I think now we just need to go to that bridge and stone maze. Starting the knot with coil bolt. That medium plate armor is really good kinetic. Oh, I have a few at my observatory stash. But I'm not using it because it's like... it doesn't give me move speed. Oh, this thing is really heavy. I guess now I go to that bridge. I mean, might as well. Charge mechanic, we want to fire full charge always. It's fairly fast, like a bit under the second, and it's audio cue. I don't think I'm gonna use coil gun at all, honestly. Assassinate the NFTA's field officer visiting that bridge. Sure, alright. Let's go back to observatory and prepare for a bit. Or maybe even go back to... Nah, just go back to observatory.
Maybe next time. I don't think it's here.
Ooh, I want this.
Hello.
Oh my god. I interacted with you.
We'll get him. Oh, wow.
You get him, wow? Now, definitely recommend giving coil gun a go. It's very hard hitting. Well, I guess I'll give it a try after I got it, but for now I don't have it since I don't know how to get the gun. Hopefully I'll come across it. It's the PKT or PK something something, ha. Since we're in depot, might as well go get the data tape and look at it real quick. That bridge from Crossroads straight north, okay. Rain.
Oh,
hi.
Hello.
I think I have extra blank data tape. Yeah, I do. Okay. I don't know if the monsters respawn. I'm kind of sure they do. I don't know if the door will remain unlocked. Oh, very nice. Bad news, they respawn. I hate it. Bullet not looking too healthy here. Hi, Nina. You're welcome. They were definitely very angry about something. Can they not come up here? Or did somebody know how to come up? I think that's all of them? There's definitely more. Just go get the data tape. We can go back to observatory and look at this data tape. I mean, quite cheap, around 200 marketing, so you have to pay attention when looting. Oh, okay. A tape reader in RNG West? Nah, I never used the tape reader in observatory. I think they're just as close. Nice. I thought I saw someone. Hmm?
Contact.
crazy. That's unfortunate. Nice barbecue. Damn! What the hell?
Get behind them.
Just in time for me to get some bullet. Double barrel. Ooh. Where the fuck? Shoot me again. I saw him twice. If I did not shoot them, I did not see them. I'm not that good of an eyesight. I don't know where they are. That's why I don't play these games as much. I really don't see them. If I see them, I would shoot them. This, I see them. Ooh. Ah, this one is not bad. Okay, I think that's everything. I'm gonna run around, see if anyone shoots me again. Oh, I need this timer. Like, I sincerely cannot, like, I'm not joking when I say I don't see them, and I don't even know where people are shooting me from. I'm not joking. I really cannot see them. I think it's safe to say that I'm not sharp. I'm not. Like, I'm genuinely not like being like acting in as like, oh no, I don't see them, where are they? No. It's real. The roses are right, violets are blue. Tear the Kobo deserves cuddles too. Hey, cuddles sounds good. Nice, getting some bullet back.
Get him next time.
What was that?
Hmm? Oh. Get him. Get him. Get him. Come on, get him. Why do you have to go that close?
There! I'm ready! There!
Damn! Okay. Still tasty Kobo? Apply liquid Kobo? Looking good. Also hope Merp is doing fantastic. Oh, unlucky. Actually, lucky. Oh, red. Okay, let's prepare a little bit, and then we're gonna go to that bridge now. It's kind of sad how the door in the black market doesn't open at all. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Somehow not drinking coffee makes me keep yawning. Guess what time it is? Eh? What? Oh yeah, I need to look at the... Ether ground pump sys unit status. Bewley Mill online? Bewley Mill? Isn't that there? Yeah, this one. Here? M3501. I'm not too sure where that could be. Red line. Blue line, red line, cross. No, there should be something down there. Yeah, I'm kinda cold. Give me a second. Gosh, today's so cold. Feels like it's 26 outside. Oh. Look at Crossroads? Oh. How is that M3501? MW05. That one looks like one single dotted blue line to somewhere. Here? Oh, yep. There's one in mall. What does MW sound like? Why don't they just say mall? That's so weird. I mean, I like mall. Port Rail EW2. EU number 2. Port Rail. Oh, I see it. Here. This one. Is it? Yeah, it is. Okay. I'm not gonna remember all of these. Fort Lito North. Oh yeah, have I been to Fort Lito? I think I did. Oh yeah, the bunker in Skeleton Coast. Fort Lito. No, it looks like this. Yep. Okay. Trains Depot 06? I need to get a camera, god damn it. I didn't. Do they sell camera? Do you sell camera? No? So, Depot 06? Bunch of red lines with circles? What? Feels like it's here because of this line angle. Oh, it is. What the fuck? It's South Bend. Yeah, here. I mean, I thought it's here because the line is parallel like this. I'll give you a clue. That one's not Depot. Remember the Crossroads one for now, or the floodplain one? Like the rest of the name for a clue. Actually, that doesn't help. I mean, I found it. How do they call it Depot? I don't understand. Dragon Pit. Have you been to South Bend yet? It's worth exploring around the zone. No, actually. I never been to South Bend. So Golden Wood to South Bend? It's also a transport depot for rail. Oh. Okay, so Bewley Mill. This is the Flooded Plains one. M3501. This is a Crossroads one. So from Observatory, go up here, through here, on here. So keep going north, turn east. Before going to that bridge, there's like a 十字路口转右. Okay. Floodplains. There's a roundabout. Here, right? Here. And then more. Instead of being this difficult, let's go to flooded plains real quick. But I think I remember where the crossroads are. So let's do that real quick. I'm not gonna go to that bridge for now then. I haven't been to South Bend yet. I kinda want to go there now. No quest wants me to go there. Maybe they're hiding something good. Something delish. Okay, that's good. The crossroads one, knowing all this is good, but figuring out why is the first step. Crossroads one is a little clearer. Up to go South Bend and explore around even once you find the thing. Okay. See, the thing is, why am I going to the place that it's being shown to me? Like, what's even over there? Am I finding artifacts there? Oh, like a clue to something? Maybe letters? Oh, I need the night fish. Where the fuck is my night fishing? Oh, there it is. Okay. Easiest way to get to South Bend is via M35 in my opinion. Goldwood is the instructionist home base, remember? I do. That's why I want to go to Goldwood. I'm feeling violent today. Did I not see? Oh my god. We go past the crossroad, look at that. Go past the crossroad location, go M35 bucket and approve. Doming instruction is more correct. Okay, true there. Not here. That way is to the Golden Wood, I believe. I think I know what it's trying to show me. Port Rail Metropole, right? Yeah, they're showing me that thing. What for? Yeah, for sure they're showing me that thing. I saw it in the mall. I saw it in the mall. Oh. Let's go to flooded plains right now. Flooded plains and then immediately buy a camera, take all the pictures, sell the camera. And then we can figure out what it is. I want to. I already forgot what the first light is. I was so focused on on where the things are or what they are. But now I know what they are. Yeah, I have more information now. Ooh, double. Ooh, that was cool. That was brutally wait, no, this is depot. Why am I going here? It tells you what is remembered. That's why I'm going to further planes right now. And then I'm trying to take the camera, take pictures of it. That looks like insurrectionist. Alone? Alone? Really? Well. Not alone. I guess that's not bad. Nice. Where's friends at? I shoot one, the rest is definitely going to appear. What the heck? Oh, it might be the shadow thing. Yeah, it is, it is. What are they? Were they trying to hide? I didn't even know there was one in further planes, honestly. Just run, it's okay. They cannot see me, it's fine. I think you still haven't airgrown anything. Yeah. Oh yeah, nearby the area. Yeah, I remember that. I keep seeing that when I was trying to find the signal jammer. It's over there. Somewhere. Milk. Nice. Night vision gives me so much courage. Brother, you have camera. Oh. Oh yeah, I have a shit ton of stim pills. Oh, I need this. Oh. No, you hate this? I mean, I like rebreather. Especially rebreather bag. Don't worry about it. Good enough. Alright, let's go take a picture. Eat the ground palm sis. Beauty mill. I know this thing. Alright, we could. Offline? Oh, so no more? I guess no more of that. Either. No wonder it counts as anomaly. It doesn't necessarily count as anomaly. Those anomalies are ether residue, I'm sure. So what does that have to do with anything? Ground pound? Ground pound? So I need to suck all the ether out? Do I need to suck all the ether? So that I can get an artifact? Yeah? Hmm? I mean, I have a few... I think I have a canister here. I can use the canister on it and suck all the ether out, and then maybe it will disable itself, and then I can get the artifact inside. I mean, that would be nice. That's free artifact. Let's go to my secret little place. Hmm. Hmm. Oh wait, it's not here. Where did I put my canister at already? There's still Lone Wolf stash. There's Boro stash. I don't think I put any canister in observatory. Yeah, let's sleep for a bit. I haven't slept for like a very fucking long time in game. Black Lake safe house. Oh yeah, this one as well. Let's go back to observatory and check. We're gonna check if check one by one the thing. That is to depot. To crossroad. Yeah, just run. What the heck? Why are you running away from me? Why are you running? Oh shit. Uh-huh. Oh, I have two cameras here. Make it three. Yeah, make it 3. Boom. I should probably bring the blowtorch. So we have ether canister. One is full though. If it's full, then I cannot use it anymore. I should have brought one scorcher with me. Fuck. I should have brought one scorcher. It's so heavy though, holy. One full and one empty seems good testing. What if you need to give it ether? Yeah. But it feels like they are pumping ether, so chances are I have to suck them out. We could. Right, to the one in. Okay. The one in Crossroads, just gonna. I guess I just use it immediately. Oh, and hungry. I'm hungry? Delicious MRE. Cut on flash boy and unafraid don't care about sell loot. But I want all the shiny. I'm going in. I'm not even gonna check anymore. Wee. I'm here. I'm yumping. There was still one more. Oh, what a shot. Why is the music janky? Build ether tanks. Oh. Oh. But you're still using it though. How much do you have? Shit, I have to spam Scorcher now. I have spam Scorcher to deplete it and then maybe I can get something inside? Man. Alright, to flooded plains I go, I guess. Behold infinite ammo. Is it not gonna get depleted? I saw gunshots just now. I see. That's all they do, they fill tanks up. So they're not gonna give me any artifact. Oh.
We have work.
Hello.
Greetings.
Whoa.
It's part of the job.
Did they give you an artifact? They give you a full canister? I guess. Alright. Then I'm going to store the canister in Flooded Plains because I have the Scorcher there. So let's do that real quick. And I'm gonna prepare to go to that bridge. And see how many times I die over there. Nice jump. Nice. Never play without shared stash again. Because the Black Lake Sep is kinda on the way to everywhere. Yeah, when you make a new character, there's an option called Share Stash. It makes those stashes one inventory. Oh, wow. Okay. So anything here I can use it on the other characters? That's kinda broken. No? I could just like put a late game gun here and then make a new character and just take it. No? All stashes of the same character are one? Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I want that. Shared stash sounds so good. This shit I have to like plan too much. Eee. I don't like it. Anyway, am I good with the bullet? I mean, looks fine to me. I mean, I'm probably gonna get a lot more bullet over there. Let's go to that bridge. Come to the crossroads. Yeah, I'm not afraid now. I'm gonna run. Running does cut down hunger a little bit faster, no? It cuts down the busy work of carrying stuff around so much, yeah. But I think I'm also glad that I have that on. Because for the first time experience, I feel like, yeah, this is like the authentic experience. Right? No gamma play, no shared stash. The authentic experience. Just the game. Alright, heading north to that bridge. I can kind of tell insurrectionists now because of their gear and their helmet is like very different. So from afar I can kind of just identify that they're insurrectionists, which is nice, From their helmet alone I can sort of tell. Where? 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 You shot me once, you cannot live anymore. Oh my god, those are good guns. Yeah, that's right, I bring out the good gun now. Holy, that's a scary gun. Alright, what gun are you using? What? How did that hurt so much? It's a shit one. Kinda, but moving stuff for stash feels like work rather than gameplay to me. Yeah. All the factions are kind of coded for convenience. Yeah, like sometimes I'm very slow on identifying with just colors. But with shapes, I can identify it slightly easier. Slightly. That is 0.45. Wait. This 0.45 is really strong? Tell between Scav and Freelancer? Yeah. Very similar. I almost shot my friend. Wait, no, that's cultist. Who shot me? What the fuck? Nice, good job. Are these scabs? Ooh.
That all you got?
Kinda. Two MREs going against the full NFTA feels a little bit scary. I'm just trying to go to that bridge, man. There's so many people trying to kill me here, gosh.
Stand back, heathen. Heathen!
Did you just call me heathen? Who the fuck are you to call me heathen? Huh? Oh, you're a cultist. Well, deserved. Yeah, they're a cultist. I didn't know that. The wording, it's so cool. I'm a heathen to them? Yeah, well, they're a heathen to me. I'm so thick. I have too many guns. Also, now you know how to refuel ether. This one's not that good. I don't want to bring too much for now. Just bring, yeah, yeah. You can also give those guns a go. But I have to bring extra 2.5 kilogram with me. Nah, this one's good. So when they call me a heathen, they're a cultist. That's very easy to identify. So my reputation should, yep, distrusted. Oh no. Oh, I went from paria to despised. Oh my god, I is there more than paria is despised? That should be like kill on sight. Well, I'm gonna rate NFTAs again, so I'm pretty sure that bridge is just NFTA's place. Alright, here we go. Alright, I should take it slow here. New territory, don't know what I'm dealing with. Quarantine zone? Deadly force is authorized. I've seen that in dungeons. One single one? Low power? Looks like an artifact to me. The zone which I dealt with is using 0 effort. What? Ooh. Why are they using light there? Oh, is that just a turret? Oh, it's that. It is a turret! Someone was shooting at my general direction. Maybe it's too far. I don't like the turrets. Pretty sure they're gonna shoot all 100% accuracy with turrets. Since, you know, they're turrets. You missed at least one of those shots because I could see the bullet mark? Did I hit them even once? What did I hit? I have to get rid of this. I don't think I want to deal with turret. They are 100% going to hit me every single shot. And I'm not going to have a good time here. Hmm? Oh. So they should be destructible. Maybe I have to get closer. Hi, Jameson. Those turrets are destructible by the... Oh, wow. Yeah, see? They can shoot so far. Fuck. Those are some main threat in that bridge. I can definitely see that. The D06 bolt action. I think I have the sniper at the observatory. Maybe I should bring a sniper. I didn't think about this. I guess now that I know, let's get back and get a sniper and deal with that. Yeah, I would not want to deal with that. Wait, and did I go the wrong way? Maybe loot? Don't want to go away empty-handed. At least loot for a little bit. Imagine if the game gives me lucky looter, I'm gonna make so much money. Don't think there's going to be an army of NFTAs like in West Refinery. Let me go explore South Bend before coming back here. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about South Bend. So for South Bend, go for M35 and then just go down. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, I took a few guns. Ooh. That gun sounds like it packs a punch. Shotgun?
Hiding like a rat, huh?
Hiding like a rat, huh? Oh, Ren. That was kinda clean. Well, it is close range, so... I had essentially read the tape itself because maybe that's why the quest got added. In-game tutorial, but it only works as a tutorial if you actually read the tape. Oh, eat ball? Oh, you have cool mask. You can have this. I'm lazy to go back to Dr. Mosby again. Ballistic mask is for the helmet you have, however it's basically the mask part of the helmet. I just like it because it's cool. That can... Oh, you like it though? Oh. No, I must steal dragon from you. Thing. 200 money? Ooh. I was playing too recklessly just now. Oh yeah, also look, I found a shark kit. The best head in the game. Oh. I love the hat so much. The most obvious thing Weird like does is make tarot 100% rather than 50-50. Oh, well. I thought it's 100% good thing. I'm schizo again. No. You don't schizo. Well, time to sleep for a good 10 hours. No, it's because I got the fear card. The fear makes me go insane immediately. Okay, there we go. Oh, I mean, it's a new day. What could go wrong, right? I fuck you lah. Always give me fear, man. Well. Wow, I am very schizo right now. Drink my worries away. Oh, I'm just looking around. That's kinda cute. Drink my sorrow away. I would say you can spend 0 hours sleep to get the fatigue down. Think of it like R&R and a breather. Oh. Where's my fucking... Oh, there it is. Alright, I'll do it. All I have to say about you drawing fear is Skishu? Skishu? I draw twice. Two fear in one go is crazy. Okay, now it's just looking behind me now. This is more like a workout. Hell yeah, I'm good now. Let's eat. Alright, med pack, Gauss pack. More med pack. Many frog friends. This thing is surprisingly a tad bit heavy. I didn't know red flare is going to be that heavy. Yeah, I have a sniper. And I have a sniper bullet if you want the explosion one. But we're going to South Bend, so no sniper for me, thank. Alright, time to go to South Bend. We're gonna go to M35 first. Yeah, that did nothing. It's the second card of the day. I mean, just now I was playing recklessly, but it was kind of fun. Like I'm playing Counter-Strike, strafing and shit. Oh yeah, I'm drunk. Oh, I'm very drunk, I forgot. This is the war zone, this one. See if weird shop has anything. Oh yeah. I haven't been to the weird shop for a while. It's very easy, fairly easy to access. So it's. I thought I heard extra footsteps. Lucky. Nice. Oh, you sell whiskey? Oh, 3,000? Holy shit. It brings you to a place of great danger and great reward. I don't know if I dare to do this. But I'm so curious where this thing is going to take me though. I want to play with this, but I'm also scared as heck. What if I get soft locked? I won't get soft locked. Hi Cox. Kobo is a little richer. I've been saving money in this game. Oh hey, that's the strongest subsidies I know. Per shot damage side up in the game, 2 bits above the red test right. I've seen this gun before, but they don't cost 2k. 2k is insane. I think it's more like 800 something when I try to trade them. I'm gonna try it. No thanks, then fuck off. Calling a can of molasses for shopkeep? Molasses? Doesn't that like nothing? Also hope Cax is doing it. More Tekken. Cax, did you see the spicy thing I sent this morning? Looks so heckin' nice. Okay. I'm gonna save by going outside. And I don't know if using the red tesseract is going to like make another save, so I'm a little bit worried. Maybe it's like an arena of some sort. Alright, I'm using it. Wee?骂骨溜，你把我带过来 UT3089搞什么鬼？真是！你给我回来 UT3089搞什么鬼？我都来这边了，你还要我来这边？It sucks. The red tesseract sucks. It just brings me to a dungeon. Now I can explain. Yeah, it takes. I have to go back to M35 again. Alright. Just run, it's fine. So from Depot, go with the crossroads and then to M35 again. Well, at least that's good to know, but... UT 308 out of all the dungeons? This can include some very fun dungeons? Is there like any dungeon that can go with red tesseract that normally cannot be accessed? Not even normal? Okay. As far as I know, it can take you to the ones you haven't been to. Shame it doesn't prioritize the ones you've not been to. Oh, you saw it? Heck yeah. It's nice. I like that a lot. Yeah, that would be very scary. Is it just me or that sounds like... That sounds like... Rave. Oh, hey, friend. They can take care of it. Wait, what the heck? I killed all of them. Oh, that's revolution. I almost open fired. I thought that's I thought that's an insurrectionist. Oh my god. Oh, that was close. Oh my god. If it put you deep in the dungeon and not in the entrance, very chaos. I never knew how much I like breaking things. Breaking things is fun. I like it. Kobo energy? That might have been the most Kobo energy that I have. Throwing things and breaking things. I feel like for a Kobo, I'm like very chill for a Kobo. I'm the rare Kobo, the chill one. So South Bend, obviously I have to go south, right? Another cultist. Am I gonna get called Heathen again? Oh. Wait, that's south? There? Oh. Oh, is that the way to South Bend, maybe? Ooh, maybe. I mean, it's kind of southeast? Hmm. Oh, the shadow. This has to be South Bend. I've never been here before. Oh, yes, sir. Day 50 in South Bend. We already have 2 horses here. Oh, the rocket. This feels like military property. Wait, can they trigger it? Come here. Come here, I'm here. No, where are you running? I need you to trigger the anomaly. What the heck? They ran away. They know my plan. Boop. Hi, Swift. Oh. He won spoken English. Run! 走啊走啊 Walao eh. Okay, now I mean that did not work. Wow. So many bullet one. If I can probably run through the edge without dying in one zap, or they can wander back. Maybe. It's okay, I ran through it already. The gun very scary, yeah. There's so many gunshot, non-stop one. Maybe it's actually like LMG, Large packet. Huh? Oh. Plus 50 counters and insurrection? Why? Oh! Not gonna wear that long. Milk. Milk. And the coffee. Actually, yeah, I haven't drink coffee for a few days already. Feels kind of weird now, but it's also nice to not drink too much coffee and drink too much coffee now. Because I feel like recently like whenever I drink coffee I start to feel like I feel more tired than I'm awake. If I drink coffee, it feels very weird lah. So I'm not drinking coffee. I'm not drinking coffee for a few days now. I think it kind of helped, no? Like I'm not feeling that weird hard to breathe kind of thing. I don't know.
I don't care what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better yip for me for the next 2 minutes.
Yep, I need to drink water. Ooh, shiny. Shiny. The Kobo like shiny. I like shiny. Oh. You got the tiniest kobold. Did you know there's actually a kobold in that picture? It's super duper tiny, but there's also a kobold there. Tiny kobold. Oh my god. Wait, I find the pictures here. Alright, I found it. So this is the picture. This one. You see that? Actually a kobold. Heck yeah. Very tiny. Very small. It's there. I'm not lying. You got a kobold, but it's just really small. So yeah. I don't know why I did that, but it's kind of fun doing that. Tiny gulpable? Oh my god, don't eat kobold, I'm gonna cry. Very small. Honestly, I like being small. Is this a trap? No. I honestly love being small. Being small is great. Did the lick? Did the lick?
My gosh, I love Lida's stream. Lida's stream feels very like free flow, you know. And I kind of like the vibe too because it's so free flow. Oh, but what the heck is this place? Imagine Kobo not being cute, impossible. I guess on a rare case, I can just not be cute. How? I don't know though. Wait, I've been here. Also, hi again, Evie. What? Maybe I'm not cute now, I don't know. But honestly speaking though, like gosh, every time I look at the mirror I would say that I don't like what I'm looking at. But honestly, I hate what I'm looking at. It's like right? It's a bit of a whenever I look at. Oh, it's this thing. Whenever I look at myself in the mirror, it's like, God, I wish I'm a kobold. I wish I'm small, but you know, it's very unrealistic. But yeah, it happens sometimes. That's a double barrel, right? Yeah, 75, no. That was a lucky shot. Tira is cute, but she needs HRTU to see it, I feel. Probably. But I feel like it would be really tough for me to like being able to go through HRT. Especially when I'm in Malaysia and living with a family. Nice. It'll be hostile and far from easy. At least you would start to feel better inside. Just comes down to if it's worth the pain during the first year being in between, not to mention how painful it physically is. Oh. And so going through HRT is gonna cause a lot of like pain as well? I guess that is to be expected, honestly. Uh-oh. Okay. Physical or figurative pain? I guess both. The muscle loss hurts, the breast growth gives you nerve pain that you pretty much just have to ride it out. Ride it out as the tits grow in the 6th month, often lasting a while. Nobody tells you about these, but they are real. It's going through puberty all over again too. Oh. Yeah, honestly that would make a lot of sense. There's something there as well. Weak. Oh. Just condensed into about 5 or so years since 010. Rapid changes. Hmm. Oh. I want to see if I can get hit by this. Oh, it hurt. Wow, that hurt. And by third month, you'll be stirred out to a shrinkage occurs down there. Usually the first to occur. Oh. I wanna do it. There's a lack of gunshots in this map. Have I explored this place to its entirety already? Oh, there must be more there. Hey. Oh. It's a massive commitment too. Once you reach that third month, as the shrinkage occurs, your body will no longer produce masculine levels of testosterone. So you need E from then on, or risk bone density loss. So the E is like a constant. I need to eat the E constantly for the rest of my life, question mark? Yeah, but HRT is definitely a huge commitment. Yeah, extra strength for the rest of life unless deemed too risky. Oh. Gosh, I mean... that would still make me want to go through HRT, honestly, but having to monitor my blood sugar for the rest of my life and then also need to like take estrogen for the rest of my life as well feels a little bit a little bit of a You can avoid a T blocker by getting the balls removed, but till then T blocker also recommended to keep levels low, though not all do this. Fair. Different ways to keep the estrogen high and the testosterone levels low. Depend a little, especially in timeline and all on what your actual HRT program is. That too? Okay. They're normally fairly custom, and there are, I think, about 5 major categories. Right, looking at this feels like old school TV. No colors and stuff like that. I'm pretty much taking highest dose for everything except the T blocker. 4 times 2 mg tablets of estrogen, 200 mg progesterone at night, and T blocker twice a week. But there's only 1/4 tablet as we don't need much of it. There are other ways to get the E from patches, gels, and injections as implants that release E over time. Oh, implants. Probably the most expensive option out there. Only pills are accessible to me, really. Pills cheaper. I mean, I guess patches is also not bad. Like, just leave it there. Would be like a good in-between choice, so that I don't need to monitor it every time, like every day. Patches are okay, but hard to get the higher dose, as that would mean more than one patch. Oh yeah, that's true too. Lots of feral dogs here. Gunsmith? As for monitoring, is usually a blood test 3 monthly by the GP. I assume this is like a shop? Big Iron's Armory. Ooh, general protection and doctor. Oh, okay. Yeah, that would be so troublesome, honestly. Right, I already have like 2 months or 3 months per blood test to test my blood sugar and my HbA1c and my ketone levels and stuff like that because of diabetes. And to plus that into it feels a little... I mean, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be worth it, but... you can test it at the same time. They can probably do it both at the same time. Also, you're so thick, look at you. What you need? Can you upgrade a weapon for me? What? Oh. Oh. My right ear is enjoying this, I think. My right ear is very enjoying this. Kobo is sweet from the inside. I don't know about that. I can be such an asshole most of the time. There's at least one hidden recipe here. The gunsmith is all the ammo in the game, but not all the guns upgrades in the game. Which is you have to bring him the coil gun in inventory and the toolkit. It's great if you want to experiment with higher tier guns. And he can make an advanced coil gun. Turn the radio off. If I turn it off, okay, I'm glad you're not trying to hit me. Now it's dead silent. Night watch. Reflects second floodlight. Whoa. Wait, this feels fun though. If I can bring this one here, this feels really fun. 100 bullet? 100 bullet light machine gun just ta 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 ta. The multi-tool? What? It went from 32 money to 1600? Those iron sights to both scope and laser sight. Stronger than the advanced coin gun. 38 sniper. Look at the cost of making that. 1400? I want to try this thing. It looks so cool. It's a bolt action shotgun. Okay. I want to bring that. Bring the light machine gun as well. Long barrel Venator. Been using that for a long time. Yeah, I've seen most of these guns, yeah. In a toolkit, there is ease of use being called Apple's calling as night and day. Which barely shows if you actually have it. Can you buy the toolkits? I don't think I can buy toolkits, but I have a lot in my observatory. I want to try this one. This is so cool looking. Switch between fire modes. Oh my god. That and the light machine gun. Okay, I should get back to the... Boop. Wait. Oh. Nexus. Oh my god. Hi Nexus Tekken. What the Type 93 rifle? At the Kobo? I have been pet many pet. I guess the advantage is that you can have 2 different ammo types loaded. Oh, that's it? Break action .50 anti-mat. Is this a sniper? Single round break action 50 caliber rifle. I'm very curious about what this is. I don't have a 50 cal bullet here. The break action next is scoped to be a sniper. Aww. I'm not gonna use that then. Oh, you sell these. You have the FMJ and the hey up. Hey up. No scope makes it a little bit of a weird weapon. Yeah, like the bolt action um sniper suppressed sniper thing. It's in my borrow stash, I remember. Don't know what that was. Fifty cal one shots inheritors on body or head, so it does have a use. Bolt action shotgun is a real shotgun. The Cobra Terminator, a god awful thing. Oh, so it's like a really shitty shotgun then. Looking forward to trying this. Oh, gosh, I don't know if I can catch your stream, but if you do try this, I so want to review, like watch the VOD and see you play this. I might have spoiled a lot for you though, since, you know, I have been playing it for the longest time. Let's make coil gun, bring this guy and make advanced coil gun. I need to find the gun for the coil gun, I don't even know what it is. PK Ha, I think. Something. Oh my god, that fast. Boop. Boop. Oh, it said me? What the fuck? That's the first mirror. That's the first ever mirror I've seen in this game. What? Oh, that's so weird. I'm trying not to pay too much attention, but I'm gonna pet the Kobo. I appreciate a dragon pet always. And also, hi Juno Scout. Many dragon pet. Is it foggy? Foggy gonna make this not too useful then. Still gonna boot many? Yeah, because the boot many only works for the 3D model. And I've been playing this and 3D model doesn't, it's just not too good for my PC. What the heck? There's so many yeet balls. Morning mist, not mist. Oh, okay. Take me! Run! Nothing much in this place, I think. You have not hydrated yet? Get your CPs now? Okay. Oh. What? Thanks for spamming me. What the heck? It's my friend's cousin. Wants to play Bongo Cat with me? Nah. What do you mean, Bongo Cat? I mean, I do have Bongo Cat open. Yeah. They sent me two they sent me two invites to play Bongo Cat. The free Steam game thingy? Yeah. How do you play like two player? Don't you just leave it there and let it bongo on its own? Everyone's joining in and you can all see each other pretty much. Everyone's tapping on your screen and such. Oh. Also, was it a cultist? Or was that a anomaly triggered? There's a multiplayer option now? The friend code to join the bongo group. Oh, that's nice. I was kinda worried that random people can just join someone's session. Would be weird. The trying to snipe me out from there? Oh, this means business. Oh, you know, you did not just do that to me. Now I have to raid this place. Oh, that makes sense. So in this place, it's all interactionist then. Wow. Gonna have big fun in this place. You get some free hats and skins on your Bongo Cat if you want a cosmetic cat of your liking. Yeah, I've been playing Bongo Cat for a long time as well. I just didn't know there's a multiplayer option present currently. They can shoot me, but I cannot get in? No, there has to be a way that I can get in. Open. Nice. Oh. They shot me from the inside and I cannot take their gun? Wow, they really don't want me to get in. Not sure if this is the HQ or just a camp, but I assume you get expanded on at some point. So no way to get in. Cue the Sono head. And then slams my phone. Such a little cop you are. Wait. Maybe a little bit. I just like being a kobold. Being a kobold is great. Oh. Is that... Well, time to go back to the... go back to the blacksmith if I still remember where it is. This place is relatively safe. Head empty, no thoughts, only cob. Only kobold action. Only kobold is in brain. Ooh, I don't like the dogs, they're so fast. I kinda miss playing a shotgun, honestly. Yep, it's here, alright. I have gun. Oh. Oh. I have gun. Whoa. Hmm? Does it feel any different? One with laser sight? Two different shotguns? I guess. One with laser sight, one with no laser sight. Alright, who wants to fight? I have a shotgun. Give me a second. I'm gonna go open up the lights real quick. It's getting kinda dark here. You've been surviving for almost 2 months in this world? Kinda. Whereas you cannot do different ammo types, or? I think so. Oh yeah, I can. Two different loading types, by the way. Such a cool gun. I think that hurt. I think that may have killed him. I think this way to Golden Wood. Ow. Don't do it. Oh, I cannot get out. Ah. That stray field doggo flying beside you then ran? What, ran? Yeah. Weird movement. I found System Friend, they're very cute. I know, right? I love them. Ow. I have a little bit of radiation going on. I guess that's self-ban. Radiation? Sorry, I'll back off? No. It's fine, it's just a little bit of radiation. Oh, look at that. Oh, they found something. Oh, like this I cannot see. Fun. Anomaly. Ui, mà cú đi nhớ nhớ. lão mày nhớ打一架是吗？我有怕过我，你要来被打过。哇，老诶。Radioactive lioness. Oh. Then if I have radiation, am I good cobalt to the lioness? They're not meant to do that. Do what? Chase me down? Get molasses. How do I even get molasses? I have molasses.
Hello and welcome.
King Cook. Thank you. Welcome. It's raining again. I have molasses. No, I have molasses. Boom. Oh, no more? Did you like that molasses? All Kobo are good to you? Oh! I want to collect you all and treat you all with Nuggy and chalky milk? Oh my god, I want Nuggy. Nuggy, good. It's a shark head again. No, there, this is. It's 2K still, holy. What is this? Hyperball? Enchanted shotgun ammo. Fires 3 heavy slugs with dramatically increased ricochet? That's kind of dangerous and I want it. It is expensive as fuck though. And if couple are lactose intolerant or don't want chalky milk, we have coffee, tea, and juice. Juice sounds good, but coffee is even better. Thanks for the bullet. Remember there's like double price on top, if not more. It's okay, they have special ammo and I want to play with it. I have money, it's fine. Fungal growth blooms from the dust. What? I can eat it. I can eat it. Ow. I'm fine. Oh. Ow. Oh. Ow. Wait. Ow. Money. I'm losing money. That's interesting stuff. I'll grab all 3 for reasons why we grab it, by the way. The fruiting stardusts. A fungal growth blooms from the dusts. Imbibe. Imbibe. It says nothing. Isn't imbibe like sniff or something? Normally drink? Oh, okay. Alright, let's imbibe that thing. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? This is in fact sniff? Oh, oops. Didn't mean to call it out like that. Dog's gonna open up doors, right? We have a safe place so that we can sniff our thing. Come in, come in. Time to sniff. Imbibe. Oh, uh-oh. What the fuck? What the fuck? Huh? I'm gonna die. Oh shit. Oh shit. I'm out in the open. I'm out in the open. What? What the fuck? Yard master key? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Thanks. What? Failed conduit. Oh, that looks scary. Intense personality. Repetition with double the effect and Grim Aura. I mean, I have 10,000 Grim Aura items right there. I'm not even scared of that. Guess this place is safe. I'll run. Is it gonna trigger something change or something? Oh my god, I can wait. Oh shit. I have no lights. What's behind this? Nothing. Wait, So, am I here to just grab all the artifacts? Damn, okay. If I can use... Oh wait, it's like a... Yeah. Oh. Did I change area? Oh, oops. Can I go back? Huh? What? You have limited amount of time per sniffer. Oh, okay. Use the scanner. I should have realized that sooner. The artifacts don't respawn, by the way, but yeah, out of bounds. I think it was since it was limited time. I got kicked out by that place. Confused common reasons. Very confused. I don't know what happened. But I got a few things. You never know where you go next. Why can't I craft a bullet? I cannot craft a bullet. I want to use my copper wires, but I can't. I feel like it's the most important now. It can give left balloon. Bolts and copper wire, I do have them, but they don't show up. Here, I got the bolt and I got the copper wire there. I think I saved my 10 bolts per patch of coiled ammo. Oh, okay. I think I have a few here. Yeah. So I can make 2 here. Boom. Ah. Okay. I should have saved a good shotgun, but I think my good shotgun is in the burrow. The super friend begs to differ. I don't know how to get the golden mushroom still. Blue are from what I've seen rarer? No way! I have never seen one single gold. I have 5 blue, but no gold. Gold showing traits? I have never seen them. I don't believe you. No. I don't. Rarely? Yeah. That's way too rare. I have not seen a single one happen. I don't think I've seen blues anywhere. Golds you can find randomly in trades, and in one place is respawning golds every 3 days. What? Blue are even rare in traits and are non-renewable otherwise. That gold responds. Huh? Oh. What the heck? What the heck? You just have an artifact here? What the heck? Well, mine now. What the heck? You better give me that artifact. Oh, they don't value this. It's kind of sad. You don't value this? Oh, wow. They don't value anything. Goodness me, I'm just trying to get a fucking thing. Uh-oh, that's gonna hurt. Money. My money. How do you guys suddenly have like these things that I've never seen before? I played this game for 60 days and then suddenly you guys have these kind of things for trade. What? I mean, cool I guess, but still. Huh? Have a link to the artifact spawn seed table. So I can explain that, but it's a teeny spoiler. Explain what again? Oh, wait. Explain how I got these things, right? I'm gonna guess if I never seen if I've like if I don't have those kind of things in my inventory before, they would never trade me that? Something like that? Not too much. Thanks for a bullet. Actually not accurate. Oh. What's the good guess? It's okay, you can explain to me then. I'm going to the burrow and take my shotgun again. I believe I left my shotgun there. This one is fun, but it's very fucking cool, but it's not that cool actually. now that I've seen it, it's fine actually. It's okay-ish. Because I heard things about how to possibly get a very useful thing, but I have no idea about if it's true and what the specifics are. Explain to me at least how the trade is a artifact. Every case you complete without dying in game, reloading a save doesn't count, takes up a counter called EXP, and basically determines how heavily kit out enemies are and how good trades are. One particular card also takes up EXP. One particular card? So now the enemies are going to be strong as balls, I assume. Not strong as balls, but they'll bring higher tier guns. Yeah. Yeah, that kinda makes them strong as balls. They're gonna get one-shotted. Other instructions are no longer bringing just pistols to crossroads. Oh yeah, they have actual like guns. Hi Nix. Oh wait, it's an LMG. The one that I'm looking for. I mean, I have one already. But I'm not too sure where is it, where it is. Alright, I'm gonna go to Burrow and do some preparations there and probably call it a day. Hi Nuclear. I've been spoiled, oh my god. Oh, hi Kariskilia. Welcome, welcome. Hope you are doing good. You're finally awake? Oh heck, are you ending? Soon-ish. I'll still play for a little bit longer. Oh, this thing is chunky. Very chunky. It's a new day, right? We wear this hat and then we're gonna play with tarot again. Let's hope it's not fear, alright? Don't be fear. Don't be fear, please. Well, Ouroboros? I don't know what that means, but does it give me like the best aim in the world? Alright, let's head to Boro and I'm gonna call it a day. Do you want to know? Yeah, I don't know what it does. I want to know what it does. It triples your insurrection. Oh. Oh, oh. Minus 10k, let's go. Wow, they hate the fuck out of this kobold, holy shit. It triples it correctly? Yeah. Well, shit. I know they hate me, but now they hate me even more now. Oh my god. Crazy. Oh. That was kind of funny. You are not impossibly hated by the fascists. Good, I hate them too. How's the weather? It's raining heavily again. It stopped raining for a bit, and now it's raining again.
Target in range.
Oh,
Engaging.
I am so despised. Holy shit, they fucking hate me. Where the fuck is shooting at me? Shoot me again. On top, you're trying to shoot me? How hatred are you feeling it? You saw me through the walls, you try to shoot me through the walls, you asshole. Wow, that bring in the biggins now. They were definitely not shooting something else. See that? They were 100% not shooting something else, they were shooting at me. Through the wall. I didn't know they had wall hacks in this game, jeez.
We've got this.
Handle.
Yeah, I can do that.
So many flashlights. Yeah. I don't want to get out of bed. Oh man, that's how I feel every morning.
Oh, hello.
The Borough? Maybe I should go to Lone Wolf. To Lone Wolf, Depot, Slum, Lone Wolf, Dock, Metropole, but is that like too much work? No wait, Docks, Metropole, and then Borough. Right? So Depot, Slum. Oh no, fire ban! Oh gosh, well I need this. It's gonna... Oh hey, you have a good shotgun, thank you. Now I can play a little bit. Ôi. Ôi lỗi, nhớ hoành sao mà lấy. Well, holy shit. That was briefly a friendly? Did I just shoot friendly? No, I shot all insurrectionists. They got shot by the insurrection. The friend got to do, but yeah. I did, but I'm trained. Don't you love it when they do this and then you'd be like, oh, I cannot go depot anymore unless I take some damage. I just love it when the anomaly just blocks off a road entirely. I love that. Sorry, I'm not very chatty. I have a dragon on top of you. Oh, it's okay. A lucky spooder. I always want to have multiple dragons on top of me. Oh, is the dragon visiting you? Am I not supposed to look at that? I guess I'm not supposed to look at that. Getting out of bed means I need to go to work, and going to work means I need to wear pants and interact with people. I don't think I can handle that responsibility today. Yeah, all of them together. Yeah? You're only allowed to look at them if they're giving them a... If you're giving them a present? Present? That's so weird. New anomaly, I guess? Also, say hi to the dragon for me. I'm not gonna say who because, you know, I don't want to like dox and something like that. Bringer says the Zane. Oh, dragon is still sleeping. Okay. Oh my god, dragon adorable. But yeah, meant to be to give them valuable stuff and then give you test racks back as far as I know. So if I throw something down here. Hyperball. Hyperball. Are they anomaly? Yeah, they're anomaly. Woohoo. If you're looking at item with G, you can actually look at them. Pick it up. With G. Oh. I have things, asshole. It's raining super duper heavily right now.
You.
No wonder it hurts a little bit. It looks like the more that happens, the more damage I take. You have to get pretty close if they're higher, where you can get higher yourself, it seems to not work. Gotta be close enough that you can see the blue lines. Oh. Something happened to my mic? Because it's raining super duper heavily outside, my mic is probably like receiving all the rain noises. That's why I sound very weird right now. I'm sorry. But yeah, it's raining super duper hard right now. Like really loud outside. Hi, Sri. Like I can barely hear myself speak as well. Sounds like you're eating a mic like it's too close to your mouth. Oh wow, what? I'm very far away from my mic though. I'm actually getting really hungry as well. That's slums. yeah, I still have some here. And the LMG is not here. Oh. I miss this helmet, honestly. I want to use this helmet back. I like this helmet. Yes, it has a torch. Heck yeah. I guess it's not here. My shotgun is not here as well. I think my shotgun is in my... It's in the Lone Wolf... Yeah, it's in the Lone Wolf Saloon, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Aww. But let's do a little bit of trading before I call it a day. I think there's one more trader up here. Oh! I am taking your shiny. Mm. I mean, honestly, there's a lot of places, and there's also like mini. There's still a lot of traders I can trade with in the main camp of Revolution. I figure out why the theater detector goes over on Mama Roach. Oh,
Hi there.
hello.
Hello.
Hello. Fish, a gun with more bullet? Mm.
Sorry, I can't help.
I saw that tidbit in the therapist room. Thanks.
Keep walking.
Oh, you hate this? I want it. In the slums or metropole, one of them. They both feels very similar. Thanks.
Oh. Hello. Hey.
Hi.
Hmm.
Well. I really like the trading system.
Hello there.
Hi. Oh. I didn't know about this place.
Maybe next time.
No coil gun.
And produces the necessary refrigeration. The control board is downstairs. I'll show it. The entire plant is...
Man, how is this trader even suckier? I want to see if this leads somewhere. It does. Gray water. Yeah, I should go back. I should go back. I should go back. Wait, so you can actually accidentally stumble upon this hidden junction? Even if you are not like hero with Revolution? That would be kind of funny though. I mean, you're probably gonna get shot by all the turrets, so...
I'm sorry, I can't help.
I mean, you're in endgame gear, so I won't be overly scared of the north zones. Oh, am I in endgame gear already? I guess kind of, yeah. Be respectful of them, no? Yeah, I cannot just like be recklessly running around.
Someone's in a hurry.
I'm still gonna go no shotgun for now. Right. Because I don't have a good shotgun here. Let's get back to Borrow and clean up the inventory a little bit. And I think tomorrow we're gonna deal with the dead maze, or yeah, dead maze or something. That should be everything. How do you even get to the maze? Oh, sorry, that bridge. I mean, from Crossroad, just keep heading north. I already been to that bridge. I tried the bridge ride, did not work. I haven't been to that bridge, so I'm not too sure yet. But it looks to me like only that bridge is allowed. It is able to go to Stone Maze here. Oh wait, no. Maybe from Greywater Marsh. No. I'm gonna go to that bridge and do the quest. And then, if nothing else, I'll do the Stone Maze as well if I can. But that's a tomorrow Tira thing to do. 3 ways to do it. Obvious ways to apply violence until solved. I like violence in-game. How the fuck I get to Greywater Marsh? I went there from Hidden Junction. Yeah. I'm gonna open up some music. Yeah, Hidden Junction. I've been sniffed? Oh my god. I don't know if I still sound weird. Hopefully not too weird because the rain is still not slowing down here. At least 2 more ways to deal with that bridge. I'm going to bring a sniper there tomorrow. I'm so going to bring a sniper. Did I not apply violence? I'm gonna apply violence! I got three little licks tonight. Oh my god. Chat. Everyone. I'm not feeling like raiding again today. I feel like I don't have the energy to interact with the stream after I raid out. And I feel like that would be rude, so... No. I think a properly scoped sniper is very important for applying violence, not that I know personally. Well, I'm gonna test it out. I already applied a lot of violence on West Refinery. I applied violence everywhere. I applied violence to cultists. This Kobo... Every time this Kobo woke up in... He woke up in Project Silverfish, it's all about violence. How's I gonna drink? You rate my panty drawer? I don't have one. I mean, I'm only wearing leg warmers. Right? It might feel a little bit selfish, but I don't feel like raiding today. What's a naked? Yeah, loot is loot no matter the setting. Yeah, true, right? Or I can raid into Jester. I guess I feel comfortable enough to raid into Jester. And I can listen to Jester's voice while after I raid. Ooh, I mean that's pretty good. It sucks. Right, I'm wearing leg warmers, not entirely naked. Hi, Pinky. Let's rate Jester. I feel okay rating Jester. I also don't feel like plugging today. I feel like I don't feel like doing anything today. Weird. Thank for stream Kobo even. I never said this, but I hope Lex have big fun with Dragon. Oh, I'm still gonna plug my Discord because it's like very important stuff. Dragon Simping Con is very important. But yeah, Discord. And the rate message. Boom. Look at that. And let me type in the rate to Jester. I haven't raided into Jester in a while as well, so yeah. There we go. I typed in the raid. I'm ready to raid. I'm gonna go get food actually. I feel like I want to sleep a little bit earlier today, probably, most likely, definitely. Yeah. So before the raid, Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. I'm yawning. I'm yawning. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobo loves y'all. Alright? And here comes the rate to Jester. Yeah. Jester has some really nice voice. I highly recommend to give Jester a lurk. Just listen to his voice. Thanks for stream, take care. Thanks for being here, Nuclear. And take care of yourselves too, Zuri. And same goes for the whole chat as well. Take care of yourselves, right? Well, since I'm like half asleep already, I'm gonna press the rate now button. Right? I'm gonna go get myself some very simple food and I'm just gonna lie on bed. So yeah, take care everyone. Kobo loves y'all. Mwah. Iggy Kobo, sleep well. Thank you. I'll see you guys tomorrow with more Project Silverfish. Alright, take care. Bye bye. I will drink. Take care. Thank you. Take care, take care.